Well, a very good morning and welcome back to the Pap Laszlo Arena here in Budapest. It's day 3 of the World Judo Championships. 2 weight categories to bring for you today. The under 57 kilo category for women and the under 73 kilo category for men. Packed full with potential medal winners and also a really nice sprinkling of medal winners from previous World Championships. We've got 3 mats when the action does begin, and you can choose whichever of the mats you want to take a look at. We've got a really nice commentary team lined up to bring you all the action, but before we do that, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in both of these weight categories, and we'll start with the under 57 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Krista Deguchi of Canada. She's the current world champion, and really for many people here, she is favourite to retain that title and take the gold medal here. Lined up against her, and I think it would be impossible not to spend some time and mention this particular matchup, will be teammate Jessica Klimke, the world number 2. She had a second round loss at the last World Championships to Daria Mezhetskaya, so a real disappointment for her there, as she was left to watch her teammate go on to take the gold medal and actually take the number 1 spot. Bad news for Jessie is that she's 0-6 in the particular head-to-head, and 5 of those have been in finals. So it's not beyond the realms of all possibility that we could see another all-Canadian final, or at least one of them getting into that final. So that's the top 2 seeds. The number 3 seed is Nora Zhakova of Kosovo. She was 7th in Tokyo, so she is still looking for her first senior world championship medal. Tamaoki Momo is the representative from Japan. She's the number 4 seed. It's her first ever outing at a senior World Championships. There are just so many others that the Japanese normally send, so this is her first bash at a senior World Championships. She does, however, have a gold medal from the Junior World Championships. That was back in 2014. Among the other seeds to look out for, Dorj Surin Sumia, the 2015 world champion, and I think 4 times world masters champion. Telma Monteiro from Portugal, who, if memory serves me right, has a bag full of silver medals, but not yet a gold. Theresa Stoll from Germany, and then the home favourite, or certainly someone that the home crowd is hoping to do well, is 2009 bronze medalist from Rotterdam way back in 2009, Karakas Hedvig. So we'll be looking at Hedi to do something here in Budapest. All right, so that's the women. Let's take a look at the under 73 kilo category for men. The number 1 seed there is the Japanese Hashimoto Souchi, who in 2017 won gold here in Budapest. So here he is again in the absence of Ono Shoei, who, as all of you will know at home, it's Ono that they've selected to go to the Olympic Games in Tokyo. So no spot there for Hashimoto, but he does have a chance at regaining the world title that he won here in Budapest in 2017. So Hashimoto Soichi is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Sendoche Sogbata of Mongolia. He suffered a round 1 loss in 2019, so not a happy time for him at the World Championships. And the number 3 seed is Akil Zhakova of Kosovo, and he too is still looking for his first World Championship medal. We've got another top seed, the number 4 seed, who has yet to medal at the World Championships, and that's Kikmatilov Turayev of Uzbekistan. And then if you're looking for some home entertainment or some home focus, it'll be Ungvari Miklos, who is in his 13th, or will be taking part in his 13th World Championships. What a career he's had, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, we'll probably have some kind of presentation for him at some stage during the day, depending on how far he goes in the competition. Now, for those of you who are interested in statistics and looking up the background to various things, you can go to any one of our websites, in particular live.judo.org. Click on this competition. I think you have to sign in or set up a password. But once you are in, you'll have access to all of the background information on the athletes. You can click on them and get their full rundown. Or if you like to use judobase.org, you can get all of the backgrounds and then a lot of information about the various matchups between the athletes, their head-to-heads, and what they've done in their careers. So if you like that kind of thing and you want to do that, then by all means do. And quite often you can look down the list and click on the video. So if you come up against someone and you haven't seen what they're like, whether they're left-handed or right-handed or what their style is like, just click on that and you'll get to see those particular videos. Just a word again about that matchup in the under 57 kilo category. Krista Deguchi and Jessica Klimke. We don't always get the information about what national federations are going to do with their selections. So I really am unaware as to exactly what the situation is and whether they're going to go on past records, their particular head-to-head, whether they are going to have the kind of matchup that we saw with Abe Hihumi and Maruyama Joshiro, for example, when they went head-to-head and they just said, well, the winner of this will go. I'm not sure what the Canadians are going to do, but they've got a real problem on their hands having the number one and the number two. They're kind of spoilt for choice. And the one thing that I would say about that is, despite the fact that Jessica Klimke has got an 0-6 record against Krista Deguchi, it's the one person that Deguchi won't be fighting at the Olympic Games if she goes. So I kind of take that out of the equation. 5 of the times that they fought, Deguchi has won in finals. So that's a lot of points there. You know, she's been boosted quite a lot by having beaten her own teammate. Yesterday we had a small bit of trivia with regard to what happens to the different seeded positions each day. What happens to the number ones, what happens to the number twos, what happens to the number threes? Well, we looked at day one, and both the number one seeds on day one went away without winning a medal. Nagayama Ryuju was the number one seed in the under 60 kilo category. He left medal-less. At least Nora Zhakova made it to a bronze medal contest, but she too went away without a medal. So on day one, both the number ones went away medalless. Yesterday was day two, so we looked at the number two seeds in the under 52 kilo category. The number one seed left without a medal. And in the under 66 kilo category, no, it was a number two seed, who left without a medal. That was Charlene Van Snick. And the number two seed in the men's under 66 kilo category, Vaza Margvelashvili, he also left without a medal. Today is the turn of the number threes. It's day three, and the number three seeds are Akil Zhakova in the under 73 kilo category and Nora Zhakova in the under 57 kilo category. Let's see how they get on. Let's join our commentary teams of Loretta Cusat-Doyle, Neil Adams and Dennis van der Geest.
And the famous Dennis van der Geest will be covering tatami mat number 3. So sit back and enjoy what will be another very exciting day of judo. And here we have, what a start of the day. Artsiev representing RJF in the white, and he's up against a young man from Monaco in the blue, Bessie. Now, Artsiev, we know very well, ranked 17th and has a phenomenal world track record. Recently, it was 5th place in Tbilisi, but the best result was the World Championships back in 2019, where he took the bronze medal. He's always one of these athletes can really upset the apple cart there. He's a very, very strong, technically an excellent judo player. And those years of experience have obviously got to be a percentage that's maybe that's going to put him forward through to the next round of this World Championships. And Bessie sadly had to draw one of the stronger athletes of the day. But before Bessie goes, a few results, not so many, but also 5th in the Lima Pan American Open Championships, and but he'll have gained a bit of experience there, and I'm sure we'll see him again in the future very soon. But there you have the Ashiwaza, beautifully executed, nicely controlled with the upper part of the body, as you can see, driving down, and that sleeve playing a very important part of that execution. So coming up now, Sutlashvili from Greece in the white, and he's up against the very popular Hungarian Ungváry, one of the more mature athletes, but very experienced athlete indeed, and has always had a lot of success when he competes at home. And so he'll be hoping that this turnaround of hosting the World Championships will give him the percentage that he needs to get him on that podium. He's world ranked 41, and the last time he was on the top spot of the podium was back in 2018 in Hungary Grand Prix, and also in 2015, where he took the #1 spot and the title of the Grand Prix champion. He was second in the Olympic Games back in 2012, an amazing performance there that we all thoroughly enjoyed in London. And he's a consistent athlete. He works extremely hard, well prepared for most events, and he will definitely want to be making his mark here in Budapest in front of this home crowd and all those family members that are watching live stream. But not taken away from this young man from Greece. He is someone for the future, there's no doubt about it, with a wonderful track record from cadets at the European Youth Olympic Festival. He won the gold there in 2009. He got the bronze medal in 2019, but he was also the Cadet European Championships, a bronze medal, and also the Cadet World Championships, a bronze medal. Only 18 years of age. And yes, quite a few years between these both athletes, but you wouldn't tell with the way this young man is performing. Ungváry with a Shido already. Not a great start for the Hungarian. Possibly underestimated? Well, I'm not quite sure. There's a young face in front of him, possibly a little bit unknown to Ungváry, but definitely Sutlashvili obviously knows Ungváry and has done his homework against the more mature athletes. We've had some great performances in the past couple of days from some young athletes. Yesterday was really exciting. We had the young Romanian that gave a wonderful performance and missed out on a medal. And my goodness, did he work? He definitely deserved. There's Boris of Romania. But we also had the American and Belina, and he was really good as well. Again, great potential for the future. And we really am excited to looking forward to following these athletes next year. So we're 1 minute 50 remaining in this contest, no score. Ungvari most probably is very worried right now. This young athlete that's come through has got nothing to lose, everything to gain. And my goodness, what a performance he's putting out here today. Well, the crowd are trying to get behind the mature athlete. Ungvari, 40 years of age, Tebesi, who is 18. Not an easy job, definitely. A lovely Kochigari there, stumbles his opponent down into the Newaza, and this is where Ungvari is very strong, but his opponent knows it too well and was back up onto his feet before he even hit the ground. Just coming up to the last minute. No score. The Sutemi-waza attempt as he draws down on the head of his opponent to try and keep him in the Newaza. Sutlasvili picks up Aishido for lack of engagement in this contest. Well, and who would blame him? The pressure is starting to go on. Ungvari has stepped it up a notch now. He's into second gear. I wouldn't say third yet. There's still a lot to do for Ungvari if he's going to get past the defences and the strategy of the Greek. And as you can hear, that crowd are just eagering him on. They're really supporting a very knowledgeable crowd and a very knowledgeable country for judo. They've had a lot of success. And Makakomi, oh, he had him over, but not enough to get a score. 18 seconds remaining. This looks like it could quite easily go into golden score. Maybe something that Ungvari didn't anticipate at the beginning of the day when he looked at this draw. Sutlasvili round the back. Again, a couple of small attacks there. Nothing really threatening on Ungvari. But we are now into golden score. Now, does this youngster have enough in the tank? Has he got that physical, mental maturity to keep pushing forward? He's taken him to 4 minutes. Ungvari is looking up there. The mouth is open, the oxygen he's trying to gain. But as we know, he's a very fine-tuned athlete. He has the ability to go strong, but he also has the maturity and experience to know how to pace himself in through this golden score. And as you can see, he's stepped up to third gear now. Newaza is his forte, and there he's working hard to try and get this over and done with. Sutlasvili really needs to sort of wake up a bit. He's taken a bit of a nosedive. Kochi! And there you have it. He left himself vulnerable in the first exchange after that mate, and Ungvari, with that massive experience, came through at the end to take him through to the second round of this competition. Well, Ungvari has definitely had a great warm-up in this competition, maybe one that he didn't anticipate, but most probably something that he'll reflect later on in saying, never underestimate somebody that you don't know. And some of the highlights there, he looks up and did he think he was going to golden score before he finally brought his man down? I don't think so.
Next contest, first round for men under 73 kilograms. In white judo gi, representing Gambia, Fai NG. In blue judo gi, representing International Judo Federation, Ahmad Alikai.
Naiji representing Gambia here in the white gi. Elka representing the International Judo Federation. Part of the both athletes gripping up, looking to favour the sleeve grip. Got to be careful that they don't turn that into a negative gripping style, the pistol grip as they would call it, drawing the sleeves down. Elika looking the stronger of the two opponents right now. The Gambian in the African Championships was silver medalist, and the best result that he's had on the World Tour is a 7th in Marrakesh back in 2019. Elika, not a lot of information that we've managed to get from this young man. Not to say that there isn't results. Sometimes when they're representing the IJF from the original country, it doesn't follow through. So the way he's fighting is he's got a lot of maturity in his fight. There's no doubt about it. And he's putting a lot of pressure on the Gambian right now in this contest. For me, I've got him just slightly up on attacks. And we're coming up to the halfway mark. Strong gripping style from both athletes, but looking a little bit negative. And I think this is where the referee was having a look as well. I think there will be a couple of Shidos handed out there, but they decided just to give it to one. And Elika is the athlete that picks up that Shido. Takes hold of the lapel. Again, he's got a sleeve lapel grip. Steps across, looking for what, like the Harai, the Uchimata, but wasn't sure whether he was just overstretching himself. He lost his balance slightly, and Niji was capitalizing on that. Still looks comfortable out there and quietly confident. It is definitely a match that is evenly matched here, I should say, and could go either way. You can't really call this contest at this moment. There's still a lot of work that both athletes can do, and neither one of them have really taken the most dominant part of this contest. Lovely seeing Aggie though there. The Gambian comes through. He's working in the Niwaza. He's trying to take a little bit of onus there, punishing his opponent down there, or is it time wasting? Not quite sure with there, because there was very little action other than a bit of a roughing up. So as they maneuver themselves through into the last minute of this contest, there's only one thing that divides them, and that's one Shido, and which is not a lot. Tominagi, oh, beautifully executed. Tominagi there puts the Gambian on the scoreboard and in a very secure place as he rotates him across, looking for a Newaza finish. And I think unless he doesn't get that leg out, but he's doing all the right things at this moment. He's trying to concentrate on the upper body control, which is so important to have that head control, and then starting to work his way free, which he's done. And as you can see, as soon as the leg comes out, the reaction from his opponent is to escape. Now, if you haven't got the upper body control, they can get out very quickly, and all that effort means nothing. But the clock ticks away, seconds to go, and there you have it. I think it was a mate before the Wazari Asetiapon with 7 seconds to go. I think he just got out of before the 10-second time scale that would have given him another Wazari for the hold down, but I'm sure it was actually the athlete escaped. Well, yes, he's escaped within seconds of and scored upon. So he does come back in a frenzy for the last seconds, but sadly a little bit too late. Naji from Gambia takes the win, and he goes through to the second round of this World Judo Championships in the under 73 kilograms. And there's some of the highlights. Lovely execution of the Tomoe-nage. It's become a very popular technique. There's no doubt about it. We've seen quite a few executions of the Tomoe-nage, whether it's the Yoko Tomoe-nage and set up from Ashiwazas. So it's been a real score over the past couple of days. Shavdashvili, we have representing Georgia, a very famous name, and why not? An Olympic champion back in 2012, and a very consistent athlete. That was down in obviously 66 kilos. He's moved up a weight since then, and his track record in the 73s has been amazing. He's a strong athlete and also a very strong contender for a place on the podium here today. As we said, he shot to fame with the gold medal in London. We were all admired by him and came out from nowhere, but never has won a world medal. Is this going to be the day that he does take a world medal or even a world title? He's up against Juan Alonso of Peru, world ranked 40, and just recently in the Lima Pan American Open was a gold medalist. He's dominated the continental circuit, still to make his mark on a world tour circuit, and again challenged by a tough opponent, but as we've seen throughout the past couple of days, that's really the number one seeds have dropped out, and number two seeds have not performed to the best of their ability. And there is actually a few absentees in preparation for the Olympic Games. So if you're going to have a shot at it, well, this week is going to be that chance for any athlete that's just on the outside looking in at this particular moment. 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. It's been for the Georgian, an interesting one, whether he's using it as a warm-up match, but Wong has given him a run for his money. That's all I can say. He comes in with that lapel grip. It's a lifeline for him. It controls quite nicely, but Shavdashvili comes over the top. He wraps over on that arm and obviously fails to react quick enough to benefit from that close encounter that we were seeing built up within those last seconds. The Georgians do like to get up close and personal in a grappling style as they come and wrapping over their opponent's arms, trying to tie them up in knots before exploding into a major attack. Wong really unsettled with that sort of unorthodox gripping style that he really hasn't, he doesn't have a sort of solution to counteract. He comes in once more with the lapel grip. He tries to break away from the grasps of the Georgian opponent. And once again, in the Mate situation, which will give him that second breather to try and compose himself once more. Wong comes in for the Kouchigari. Nice entry there. Failed to execute further than just the stepping through. But he's given him a good run for his money. That's all I can say here. For someone, it's miles apart of ability here. And you would have thought a bit more of a sharper, finer tuned performance from the Georgian, but still, I suppose, being first match of the day, there's a little bit of a sort of blowing off the cobwebs at this moment to be done. Expanding the lungs, as they say. Well, he's truly expanding the lungs here in this contest. It's now 55 seconds remaining. No score, but plenty of Shidos. Cianagi, but as he entered, it was blocked quite quickly by Wong. He anticipated that very well. Both have a very strong lifeline, that lapel grip, holding on for dear life, but both trying to battle through getting the second grip, but the Georgian comes in with the Cianagi, drops under his opponent. Again, this time it was a little better execution. He drops in, gets that movement, just doesn't get the bump up and the roll. Cianagi once more. And those couple of Cianagi moves, two very challenging techniques, is going to give Wong the third and final Shido and the Hansokimaki for lack of engagement in this contest. It was always going to be hard. He did extremely well against a very tough and strong opponent. Shavdashvili takes the win and will go into the second round of the under-73s. And there's some of the highlights. That Cianagi there, well, as he goes through, he's got to fine-tune it.
The W1, next contest, first round for men under 73 kilo. In white jewelry, representing Algeria, Fethi Louine. In blue jewelry, representing Brazil, Eduardo Barbosa.
Norin of Algeria, now in the white. Barbosa representing Brazil in the blue. What happened there? Strangled. They let it go on too long. Well, the Brazilian looking A little bit tentative there. He's not really as engaged as I would have expected him. Not in South African, sorry, not South Africa, the African champion this year. And his best World Tour result was a 7th in Zagreb back in 2014. 29 years of age. Same age as his opponent, who's world ranked 36. And last year was second in the Pan American Open, but has had 2 Grand Prix bronze medals, so knows what it's like to have a little bit of success on the World Tour. That was back in 2017, and I know we've had a lot happening over the past couple of years that we can sort of take that result, being for so long, where we've quite a lot of athletes have had to endure the restrictions that has been placed upon them. 2 minutes 10, halfway through this contest, no score at this moment. An attempt of Cianagi there. Managed to really stretch the legs across, but sadly the shoulders didn't follow through. Left himself a little bit exposed. Well, Barboza highlighting the fact that there looks to be a bit of a busted lip, and he'll seek medical attention. Well, this will give Barboza an opportunity to get his head together and rethink the tactics that he's playing in this contest. As you can see, favourite technique, Hanegoshi, but we saw an attempt where he really did overstretch, but he needs to get a bit more, better upper body control if we're going to see that Hane. A couple of Sutemi-Waza's attempted there. Now we're back in action with a minute and a half remaining. The Algerian also an opportunity, but Barboza really not happy that the lip is busted and the blood is there, and rightly so. If you get a mass amount of blood on your gi, if you can't clean it up in time, it means that you've actually got to change the gi, and athletes don't like doing that. They get comfortable in the uniform that they normally have, and to start changing sort of halfway through a competition is not always an ideal situation for them, and it's not something they really do like unless it's going into their other contest ski, which is the opposite colour. But even then, some athletes, if they start at the top, they like to stay in the warmed up gi, as you would call it, especially if they're winning with it. That sort of change is a bit of a superstitious thing with some athletes. There's a massive turnout in this wake. Has 62 athletes in the under 73s, and we've got 39 in the under 57s for women. And some really strong opposition it's got to be overcome for these athletes. Quite a few hurdles still to go. Last minute now. Well, it just doesn't seem to be stopping the problem that he's having on the lip. It's a really difficult one because it is a lip that keeps bleeding, and even putting a plaster on it's not going to help because it's moist and a plaster won't stay. The only way they could do is just, well, they've had 3 attempts to do it, and that means that if they cannot stop, they have to withdraw, and that's what's happened. The win goes to Barbosa of Brazil. Part of me thinks why they didn't maybe pack the lip and then tape across the face. It would have made it very uncomfortable, but it might have solved the problem. I'm not quite sure. If they could have done it, I'm sure they would have. But it's a shame, but it's health and safety, and it's important that all athletes feel comfortable and safe in the environment that they are competing in. Well, this is a familiar face, Emmanuel Nati, coming up from Ghana. Now he's got to be one of the more mature athletes in this competition. 38 years of age, and he still only looks like 21. I would just like to know what face cream he uses. I would have buckets full of it. But yeah, he's been on the scene for a long time, and he's done most of his training out of England and out of Bath University. And so we're all familiar with this young man. His the last competition was a couple of months ago, where he was a 3rd place in the Punta Cana Pan American Open. And before that, it was back in 2016 when he was on the podium for the African Championships, where it was a 1st place he got. Since then, it's a little bit, there's a lot of space, a big gap on performance. But I do know he's one of these highly intelligent men that has also put himself through university as well. So he's having a life balancing few years, and but there you have already Estrada of Cuba putting him in his place and taking a lead with a Wazari, a beautiful execution of an Ouchigari. Again, it's another technique we've seen quite a lot of. The Tomoe-nage being one of them, Ouchigari. Now, Nati, well, that'll give him a bit of a wake-up call. It might step him up a level. One thing about him, he's a very strong and fit Ghanaian, but he is up against a strong opponent who's 28th on the world ranking. Pan American Championships was 1st this year, and he's got 3 Grand Prix medals, one of them being in Tashkent in 2019, where he took the bronze medal there. Cubans always bring out some very strong athletes, so you can never underestimate them. So this for Nati is going to be a massive challenge. Nati looking very fit indeed, looking good, strong posture, and I say fit, but he's just limped off of that last exchange, possibly either a tweaking of the ankle or knee, I'm not quite sure. Again, the Ouchigari stumbling Emmanuel back onto his heels. He just managed to rescue himself, but he looks to be in a little bit of discomfort there. He's hobbling slightly. I'm not quite sure whether it's a knee or whether it's his ankle, but he's going to pick up a Shido now. Oh, it looks to be the hip. The hip is maybe from the Ouchigari, has tweaked the groin. Once more, we're seeing from Estrada. The Ouchigari obviously favours this technique. It is the Achilles heel for Emmanuel. He's stumbling every time. He doesn't seem to see that one coming, but it's not giving Estrada the success he's looking for. It's a lot of effort that puts him in some very vulnerable positions, as you can see from the replay. He goes down into the ground, and if Nate reacted quick enough, could possibly capitalize in the Newaza. There's also that threat of putting a half-hearted attack of Ouchi and getting skied off it with a good counter. And Nate, as you can see, has got right hand high on the collar, which is controlling. And yeah, there was a little opportunity there for Nate, having a different grip on the high collar, where when he felt the Ouchigari coming in, there was a little bit of a tug on that shoulder to counter and break the balance of Estrada. So Nate trying to bounce that niggly injury away. Don't know how much it's affecting the performance. As you can see, he's trying to throw that right hand on the collar. Good suggestion, good for him, because if the Ouchigari comes in from that left side, he's got control. He steps, though, Estrada steps across for the attempt of a Tayatoshi this time. But Nate just really has not got started as far as trying to dominate the pace of this contest. He's really, it's a reaction that's he's playing in this contest. He's not being proactive enough to make a massive difference in the way this match is going for him. But he comes round the back, and that's the first time we've seen Emmanuel Nate really push for something and give 100% there. But he goes down into the Newaza. Estrada looks for an opportunity now. He ties up the head quite nicely, which is an excellent move, but he's got to get that leg out. The time ticks away, but he's got a Wazari. He's wasting no valuable energy or risking it at all, and he takes the win. Nate was always on the receiving end right from the beginning, and whether it was the niggly injury that he picked up right at the beginning, or just the lack of competition exposure that we can't seem to see at this moment. Maybe he just needed a few more matches, a few more run-ins before taking on the World Championships. Not quite sure with that. But Estrada, Ouchigari, we saw her a few times. Very, very strong indeed. And it was the Achilles heel of Emmanuel. Got caught a couple of times, showed to the front, and then switched direction. Very low switch, nicely done. Good change of head direction, and good strong left hand on the shoulder lapel grip. Well, Nate, not quite sure. It was. So we have Elbaz representing Israel. There in the white. A young athlete, 22 years of age, under 23 European bronze medalist, and also cadet European bronze medalist back in 2016. Now, this is a young Israeli athlete that has shown some promise for such a long time, and made his debut in Tel Aviv last year in the Grand Slam. He obviously didn't medal there, but they're really putting their focus now on this young athlete to be possibly the future in 2024 Paris, and what better timing is to bring him here and expose him to the big world of senior judo and the world tour. So Hoyak of Slovenia. Is also just 1 year he's senior, 23 years of age, world rank 39. And the last time he was on the podium was last year in Tel Aviv, where he got a bronze medal in the same competition. This Elbaz was making his first debut. Hujak's best result has got to be the Junior World Championships back in 2015, where he was a bronze medalist there. But he's definitely one that we've seen quite a few times on the World Tour and does cause the odd upset now and again. And like I said right at the beginning, it's one of these World Championships where it's just on the doorstep of the Olympic Games. So we do have quite a few of our top athletes that will be representing their countries at the Olympics, not participating in these World Championships, which means that it throws the door wide open for some of these young athletes to give themselves not only the exposure, but a real chance of putting their name out there as a real contender. But it's also really good for some of those that are just knocking on the door to qualify in the Olympic Games. We've already seen that a couple of times now in the past couple of days, that their win or their excellent performance has actually given them enough points to qualify. So well done to those that have already done that. And we've still got 3 more days after this, or 4 more days, I should say, after this, to see some more exciting judo. Elbaz's favorite technique, the katagaruma. Strong athlete. All the Israeli athletes, they are very well prepared when they participate in any tournament. Very strong, physically, mentally, and technically. They've got some excellent skills, good transition. So Elbaz is in a line of great potential that's coming through nicely. Sutemi was her attempt there from the Slovenian, trying to draw the Israeli down. But the Israeli comes round the back. Lovely done there. That's got to be... I thought that would have been a Wazari. But they're going to have another look now, and the care system's going to double-check that. But I think that was an execution of a technique, not a defensive move to try and get out of trouble from the initial first attack from the Slovenian. But it's whether he landed first. If he landed first, Elbaz, it won't count. Well, they're giving him the Wazari, and yes, like a first thought, from the straight off, I thought it was a Wazari. It looked very well controlled and a planned action. He throws that left hand over. You could hear it from here, and I'm on the other side of the stadium. Very, very physical. Oh, really a drive through for a Cianagi. Well, the coach is getting a little bit excited there, and as we know, they're not allowed to give any instruction while the contest is in play. They can do that within the mate situation, but not while athletes are competing. Osota, a combination attack. Oh, again, we've seen another one like that. Wazari Asetiapon, and Elbaz shows the true class that this young man is, and he goes through to the second round of the 73 kilo category. Very uncomfortable block, as you can see the overreach there, the Oso Tagare then following across round the back, but that locking of the knee was almost frontal rather than to the side, and makes it very, very difficult, but also very, very uncomfortable to get out of.
In white judogi, representing Kosovo, Akil Jakova. In blue judogi, representing Egypt, Mohamed Bokendini.
Right, we've got Jakova representing Kosovo in the white, and Molendi representing Egypt in the blue. Jakova, 25 years of age, world rank number 7 and European champion this year, but looking for his first world medal overall. Oh gosh, well, that looked really uncomfortable there, and Molendi looks to be in trouble there. Let's see, the Uchimata. All right, well, I can see what happened there. He tried to rescue himself, but his landing was on the tip of his toe, and twisted his knee to the side, which obviously looked very uncomfortable. Molendi from Egypt, 37 on the world ranking, and in the African Championships last year took the gold medal, but sadly it had to be stretched off, and we do hope he's in good hands for anybody that's watching, and he'll be well looked after, and I'm sure he'll be back quite soon. We'll hopefully try and get an update on how he's doing, but as we all know, we've got wonderful medical staff here that will really take good care of him. So now we have Esposito in our screen there, representing Italy in the blue, and now we've got Alexander Raku, Esposito in the blue for Italy, and Raku in white for Romania. Esposito, 23 years of age, world rank 29, 5th in the European Championships this year, but also gained a silver medal in Tel Aviv this year, at the beginning of this year. Now, yes, it was a little bit of a deja vu for me watching the both names come up, because this is actually the final of Tel Aviv at the beginning of 2021. Yes, here we are looking at the gold and silver medalist. So they will be very familiar of competing with each other. Obviously, Raku won that match. Esposito will be looking for revenge, but it'll be more important here at the World Championships, because if you lose this first round, you are out of the competition. So a more prestigious win this would be for either one of these athletes, but Raku is in the driving seat and obviously has the know of how to beat his opponent. Sutemi was an attempt then from Raku. Just over a minute and a half gone in this contest. As you would expect, a bit cagey in the opening minute. Being a first fight, obviously, as well, it's going to be a bit of a warm-up as well. It'll take him some time. Esposito over there. Got to be careful. He left himself a little bit vulnerable as he tried to advance from the Newaza. He left his head up. A really strong, sharp Newaza man would have ripped his head off by now. Just under halfway now remaining. Esposito coming through, looking for that Cianagi, but Raikou swiftly took the grip away. Wasn't able to maintain it for too long. Well, we knew it wasn't going to be an easy match. Two very strong athletes battling to stay in this World Championships. A loss from either one of them would mean an early shower, and no one wants to go home out in the first fight. So let's have a look what was going on here. Well, it was a continuation, but it was not a score because he didn't come back off the Newaza. He was still in Newaza when he turned him over, and there was a pause between the different transitions as they went down. So it was a Newaza turnover, not a Tachiwaza turnover. So 1 minute remaining, and for those who were wondering what Newaza in the stand is, just think of knees. And you're in the groundwork, Newaza. So as they're driving, I'm not quite sure what they're looking there. It's interesting. So his hand went down. He went, look, oh, all right, well. Really? But then you've got the Canadians. That's really good when they come up. Deguchi. Yeah. It could be worse. You could have the heavyweights. So the seconds are ticking away in this contest. It's been very, very tough fought match between both athletes, so determined. But we're definitely going into golden score. Now really it's which one can up their game in this one. It really is about being gutsy enough and confident in their ability. what's refreshing here, there's no Shidos as well, so both have really been at it, trying desperately to get past the defenses of their opponent. There's strong fight between both. Oh no, Sotogari, Esposito there took the chance of where there was an opening, but that's the first Shido now. Raku, a bit of a wake up he needs. Well, it looks like the Italian is upped his game here in the golden score. And you can see a bit of a flaw mentally from Raku. He's under pressure, and you always can tell where they start looking for the referee for that extra support. And for me, that frustration is starting to overtake his ability to think wisely in this contest. Always a danger when you start panicking and start feeling the pressure. Esposito, obviously, that knowing that is going to give him a percentage of encouragement and confidence. Temiwaza attempt there. Well, he's putting the work in, the Italian. He's piling on the pressure, and Raku is feeling that pressure. You can just see it with his body language. Well, Esposito has made a real mistake here. One too many soft attacks. Has to be so careful with that. He dropped underneath, but really exposed himself. Came to the side there, but Esposito changing direction, just couldn't turn his opponent over, but was a little bit vulnerable in the Newaza. There you have a Makakomi. Now, from that angle, it looked like a score. Oh, his shoulders didn't hit the ground. It was a spin on the head. But I don't know. I think they could score that, to be honest. Using your head to spin out isn't a defense. Well, Raku is taking a couple of moments to strap up what looked to be a bit of a split on the forehead, and unlike we've seen in one of the earlier rounds, it was unsuccessful, and the athlete had to withdraw. But as you can see, heavy strapping there on the face of Raku. Not always a pleasant thing, but at least it allows him to keep on competing. He's now in Newaza. He's but it avoids engaging down in the ground. Raku with 2 Shidos, 1 more would result in a Hansokimaki. And I think there's the third and final false attack, and a win to Esposito for Italy to go through to the next round. And there's some of the highlights. Well, when it came to the golden score, Esposito, throughout the 2 minutes, really put the work in. He upped his game and just had the edge all the time in that last 2 minutes. So well deserving for the Italian, and he'll move through to the next round.
In white judogi representing Haiti, Philippe Metelos. In blue judogi representing Czech Republic, Jakub Ješměk.
Ješměk of the Czech Republic in blue, Metelis from Haiti in the white. Metelis from Haiti, 31 years of age. Pan American Open this year, was silver medalist. Seems to do extremely well on the Pan American Tour. Always around the medals. Looking a very strong, fit athlete here as he wraps up the arms of the Czech, who looks a little bit cagey, but comes through with the hips there.
The W3 golden score.
Ješměk, 63 in the world ranking. On the receiving there of what looked to be very strong Uchimata. Quite scary, really. If he had had that sleeve well drawn out again, away from his opponent, the Ješměk would have gone flying. He's got those long legs. He has a slight height advantage of his opponent, Metelis. But he doesn't seem to be using it to his advantage. 28 years of age, this young man from the Czech Republic. And you would say on paper was the favourite to go through to the next round. No results on the World Tour. Plays the Continental Tour though, Opens and the Continental Cups, where he's got a few medals to his name. but still to make his mark on the World Tour. Will gain a lot of experience with this, and he'll be hoping to get through into the next round for even more experience. Sangaku turnover, nicely executed, wraps up the arm, looks for the Osakomi as well as the Sangaku. Now Metellus in trouble. Doesn't seem to have any way of getting out of this, as the Osakomi is on firmly, and there you have the little fingers twitching, because obviously that strangle was on at the same time, the Sangaku Jimmy. Jesmenek from the Czech Republic goes through to the next round. And there's some of the highlights. That was the Ouchigari, Ouchi-Uchimata combination, but he stumbled a little bit there. I'm not sure whether he's got a heavy strapping on the ankle. Whether this was giving him a bit of grief, I'm not quite sure. But there was some moments there he looked very, very dangerous indeed for the Czech Republic. A little naive in the Newaza, but obviously disappointed there, but consoled by his opponent. Nice sportsmanship. Heydorov representing Azerbaijan. Siquir of Mozambique in the blue. Heydarov, strong Azerbaijan. But he's taken a bit of a hammering with the grips right now. He's wondering what's going on. This young man from Mozambique, 101 on the world ranking, but he's given him not an inch out here. He doesn't care who he is. He's given his all. He's got his moment of fame, and he's going to take every second of it to get himself, if possible, into that next round. Well, good luck to him. I hope he does it. And it's not taken away from Heydarov. We see athletes from Mozambique, Senegal, and they work so hard. They are so fit, so strong, and they are really starting to become strong contenders, and terrifying when you watch their ability, flexibility, and their aggression in a contest. They just don't have as much exposure on a world tour. They don't compete enough. But over the time, they have become dangerous athletes to be up against. There's not such a thing as an easy match at all in this world tour. And here in the World Championships as well, you cannot underestimate. And Siquir is one of these athletes. Those long limbs makes him so dangerous, because he doesn't have to overreach to get close to Heydorov. And Heydorov really feels the overpowering and overwhelming danger of his opponent. Aton from Mozambique was 7th in the senior championships last year. He's always been not medalled in the African continental tournaments, but he has been there around in the medal, close to the medals. And I'm quite sure giving quite a few of these athletes a good run for their money, like he's doing here with Heydarov. Well, Heydarov both got a Bushido each, but it was one too many for the young man from Mozambique as he gets Hansokumaki, but definitely will not be a match that Heidarov will forget. That was definitely a frustrating round for him, and a bit of a tester for his mental well-being, I would have thought. He got a bit of a basting physically there, but not technically.
Category 1, next contest, first round for men under 73 kilo. In white judogi representing Turkey, Bilal Çiloğlu. In blue judogi representing the Bahamas, Andrew Mornings.
Now we have representing Turkey in the white, Çiloğlu, and representing the Bahamas, Munnings in the blue. Munnings, very tall athlete, looking very wiry strength. Sometimes they're really one of the most awkward athletes to actually compete against, because their limbs, they just wrap over your opponents, and they can be quite dangerous and overpowering. But Çiloğlu drawing onto his opponent, taking him down into Newaza. Well, Çiloğlu trying to reach over the top of his opponent's head, drawing him down. Comes through for a Makakomi there. Munnings with two Shidos is really finding it difficult to get just two hands on his opponent and settle into this contest. He hasn't had a chance to take control at all. The whole match has been dominated by the pace that Çiloğlu wants it. And there you have, he ducks under his opponent, a defensive action, and picks up the third and final Shido.
Representing South Africa, Dole Breitenbach. In blue judogi representing Kazakhstan.
Çiloğlu, we'll see it a little bit later on. Let's see some. It was just so difficult for Munnings. He really didn't get that opportunity to prove himself against the strong Turk.
Category 1, next contest, first round for men under 73 kilo. In white judogi representing Republic of Moldova, Petru Belivan. In blue, representing Armenia, Ferdinand Karapetyan.
Karapetyan of Armenia in the blue, Pelivan representing the Republic of Moldova. And my goodness me, what a big lad he is. Is head and shoulders above his opponent, and very aggressive with it as well. Looks to have some good ashiwazas as well. A glimmer of, aye! Well, the ashiwaza was there, but on the other side, Karapetyan swept the feet from under him. Didn't have the upper body control, which meant that his opponent just went up and landed in a safe position. But definitely a wake-up call for the Moldovan. Pehlevan, 21 years of age, still a youngster there. Third place, obviously comfortable in Hungary. Third place in the Hungarian Grand Slam in last year. Under 23 European Championships, have just missed out on a medal and has had a very successful junior career. But Karapetyan, a lot more experienced, and will be a major challenge for the Moldova. Well, Pehlevan takes a Wazari. However young he is, there's definitely an awkwardness and stylish part of him that can be quite threatening. At the Ouchigari we saw, which was at the half in, half out, but it was all a build-up for that Uchimata, and those long limbs made it so difficult for Karapetyan to get off. Now he's really got his work cut out for him. But there's still 2 minutes to go, so he's still got a long way to try and maintain that lead. Pehlevan has done extremely well, but he can't sit on his laurels here hoping that that will be it. Karapetyan will be coming back in vengeance to get back into this contest and to go through to the next round. A moment of weakness there left him vulnerable, and Pehlevan took total advantage of that. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, and can the Moldovan hang on to this lead or advance onto an Ippon? Well, he'll have his work cut out for him now, because the Armenian will be going hell for leather to come back. Oh yes, Sutemi was a Sumigeshi over the top. Those long arms came round the back, and he switched. Instead of directly over his head, he switched his opponent to the side, picking up that Wazari for a Wazari Aseti Ippon. And as you can see, Karapetyan absolutely devastated in that result. Doesn't know what's just hit him. Pehlevan has gone, thank you very much. That was a lovely bit of judo and a lot of experience that I've just gained from there. And I go through to the next round. So well done, the Moldovan. That's all I can say. Great start and a great future ahead for this young man. The Uchimata, those long legs became very dangerous, and as the leg was coming down from off the Uchimata, he also had enough leverage to capitalize on the Ouchigari, and there you have the Sutemi Waza. Nice bit of judo and quite a nice variety of skills there for both forward and back, so well done. Galnilil and Gusic. Kazakhstan in the white and Montenegro in the blue. Tominagi. Good opening there. Well, the Kazakhstan has got the comfortable lead here, and he seems to be bracing down on that, not leaving any openings there for his opponent to come through, drawing down on those sleeves. As Usyk tries to come in with the Siadagi, but there's the Tominagi, Wazari Setiyapon, and the Kazakhstan goes through to the next round.
The W1 next contest, the first round for men under 73 kg. In white jewelry for Bulgaria, Mark Christoph. In blue jewelry for Korea, Jong Song. Second round contest for men under 57 kg, the W3.
I think the last time that we were here in Budapest for the World Championships in 2017, the Koreans had a reasonable run out. I think things went better for them in Baku in 2018. Well, definitely in this weight anyway. Referee deciding that Ahn was guilty of that infringement. He picks up a penalty. We've had a minute so far, just waiting for the first score. Ristov it is who has that heavily strapped left foot. But it's Ahn who's picked up a second penalty. Tries to go right-sided low with that Morote Seoinage, but Ristov just moved off to his right to avoid getting caught. 2.5 minutes left to go. And it's Ristov who picks up a penalty for passivity. Just sitting back a little bit. Maybe he's got the feeling that Arne is going to pick up the third penalty, so why put himself out too much? A little over a minute and a half left to go. Arne it is who's trying to put some pressure on now. Well, can't afford to make a slip. He's just pulled things back here. Hristov it is who's likely to pick up the penalty for passivity. Just falling off the pace here. Maybe one more cycle if Arne is clever and he does what the Koreans are really good at doing, which is keeping up the tempo. He'll draw that second penalty if he can't come up with a score, but it's Hristov who comes up with an attack. Got to go here. Only a minute left to go. Just beginning to show some signs of tiring here. Can't do that. Just a simple step out there. And now Hristov picks up a second penalty. Oh dear, oh dear. And just breaking off the grip with both hands there. And if he's committed that penalty, then she'll have to give the Shido. Just looking to the control table to see whether or not they agreed with that. That's what the referee thought. Yep. That gripping infringement has gifted the contest really to Hristov. Pity, because they are two useful players, but neither of them were able to come up with a positive score. 5 penalties is unfortunately what we ended up seeing. Right, well, we are going to have to carry out the COVID-19 protocols and get the tatamis sanitized. It won't take long. And when we come back, it'll be Denis Yartsev of the RJF. Just checking to see who his opponent is. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's Sendocher Sogbatar of Mongolia. I think. Don't quote me on that one. If it is, that's going to be a humdinger of a contest. We'll be back for that.
Tatami 1. So it's time to continue the contests on Tatami 1. So Tatami 1, second round for men under 73 kilograms. Welcome judoka on Tatami 1 in white, judogi, representing Mongolia, Sentochi Tsongpatar. In the blue, demonstrating representing RJF, Luis Yasser.
Well, now we have a really tricky match here. What a second round contest this really is. The Mongolian in the white and representing the RJF, Artsiev in the blue. Tsunochi, strong opponent. And Artsiev, as we saw in the first match, was it did take him that little bit of time to warm up. And that most probably is a slight advantage for him coming into this second round. Well, Artsiev taking the first Shido, well, that's not going to fluster him too much. It's about trying to settle down, get the grips, get the important control that he's requiring. He steps across, looking for what seemed to be the Taetoshi Makekomi, but then there's the danger. That left hand that comes high on the collar of Artsiev from the Mongolian. He's nicely controlled, it's very powerful indeed, and unsettles Artsiev quite a bit. Strong right hand, high collar grip from Artsiev. He's got that sleeve, he draws it across into his hip. But then the Mongolian comes down, draws him into the Niwaza, looks for an opportunity down there, and he digs in deep, punishing Artsiev in the ground. Attempt for Sianagi comes. Oh, it's those double attacks that really gets Artsiev. He knows sooner defends and he finds himself again on another receiving end of an attack that's just as strong as the first. A minute and a half remaining in the contest. Artsiev with one Shido on the board, which was just a warming up process. The Uchimata there. Sogot Bata, fourth in the world ranking. Definitely not an easy match for both. But he's 25 years of age, a youngster that's really got so much potential and already has been a major threat on this world tour. He got gold medal in Tbilisi this year. He's always on that podium, and Artsiev knows that this is going to be the biggest challenge of his career if he's to go through into the next round. But we're at 40 seconds and still only a Shido apiece divides these athletes. There's nothing in it. One moment of weakness as far as concentration is concerned could be it all over and done with in this World Championships. Tominagi, again another strong attack, but the aerial awareness of Artsiev. Cat-like action, lands back up onto his feet, unfazed by the entry of what looked to be a very threatening attack. Well, it seemed like that went so quickly. There was so much action, there was so many opportunities there for both athletes. Neither one of them any closer to getting over the line. Both stabbing away at that front supporting leg, that driving, attacking leg. The Seoinage, oh, what a finish. Beautifully executed. And when I said earlier, the moment of weakness, a split second of lack of concentration, and it was a slight change of direction where the hand went down to defend. He took him over to the other side and scored the ippon. Nicely finished with a lot of style, and the Mongolian goes through to the next round. To Seoinage, there you have it, the Marotti Seoinage, beautifully done, and there was nothing Artsiev could do about that other than a ukemi. Well, that picture says it all. A dream of a medal today all disappeared within seconds. Well, the Hungarian's favourite, Ungavary. Well, we saw him in the first round and had everybody up on their toes. There was no doubt about it. We were all on the edge of our seats wondering, was this going to be the day that he goes out on the first round? Now, we know that the Hungarian is loved by so many here, of a knowledgeable crowd, and has always had a lot of success on home soil. He seems to raise his game when it comes to being at home. Last gold medal was in the Grand Slam in Hungary a couple of years back. And he'll be wanting to have as much success here today. 40 years of age, one of the more mature athletes in the competition. But a very well-tuned athlete with some wonderful niwaza that makes him a major threat for anybody going into the ground with him. And that's where he likes to be. But hardest thing is getting him down there at first. So as he battles away to try and get the ultimate grip, now you can see his truss working away. He's got an opportunity in Niwaza. Naije from Gambia really needs to know his strengths and be comfortable in where he positions himself. And if I was him, I wouldn't go down into the ground for no reason. Cianagi, nice movement, but again he goes down in the ground, and Ongavari, this is where he likes to be. He's hunting away down there, he's got the lapel, he's looking for the shimiwaza, but obviously couldn't get the lapel under the chin enough to secure the strangle. Halfway through this contest, Ongavari takes the first Shido. Well, there you have, he's sitting on him at the moment, but trying to keep him in a position to try and get past those legs. Part of me feels that Ongavari is just playing a bit of a waiting game. He's had a couple of opportunities that he could really finish him in the Niwaza, and he's just waiting for that moment. But there's a Kouchigari, a scoring of a Wazari, puts him on the board now, and for all the right reasons. He slips out the back there, he's got the arm, now he'll look for either the hold down Naiji. Definitely a lovely score there. And upgraded to Ippon, to the delight of the crowd. Well, he definitely is a crowd pleaser. There's no doubt about it. As much as a judoka, he's an entertainer. And long may it continue. The atmosphere just made everyone wake up here in this stadium. Although it's a very small capacity, you feel like it's a full house by the support that this man is getting. Well, this is going to be another interesting match. Well, these athletes are now coming out of the woodwork. We saw Shadadashvili earlier on and in his opening match, and also Barbosa, from Brazil. Now, Barbosa's last contest was withdrawn from his athlete due to a burst lip that they couldn't stop the bleed, so it didn't complete, but definitely he was in the controlling seat of that match. Shavdashvili went longer than I think he expected, but it was a good warm-up, so both these athletes are raring to go. Shavdashvili, as we know, a former Olympic champion in the under 66 kilo category. Well, both battling a bit of a pitter-patter with hands here, both trying to get the ultimate grip for control. Lasha comes in with the Ouchigari. A major threat to his opponent. Barbosa needs to stay very alert. Cannot give an inch. Oh, the Georgian will totally capitalize on it.
The W3 break for disinfection.
Looks very sharp, lively. This is Sianagi. Anticipated well by the Georgian as he blocks the Sianagi. But for the Brazilian, it was a sharp entry. Georgian coming up with the lapel. Ouchigari, the arm wrapped round his opponent as he side skips to the edge of the contest area, still piling the pressure on the Brazilian. Brazilian comes back with an attack, really just to get himself out of trouble there. No score on the board. Both very still, light on their feet, full of energy, both these athletes. Step through. Barboza trying to overreach. Tayatoshi. Oh, it's a real battle for grips here. Neither one of them getting their own way at the moment. Still, though, I think the Georgian has a slight edge on this contest. Oh, it comes in again with the Sianagi, breaks the balance of the Brazilian, and a good strong attack in the eyes of the referee. And that's what's really important, is that to see who's actually the one that's engaging. The Brazilian on the lapel. Lasha comes in. For a moment, thought he was going to look for the Newaza. 30 seconds, so half a minute remaining, and it's still no one's nearer over that line. And it's looking like this could really go to golden score. Whether they expected that or even want it, a bit of an attempt of a Sutemi-waza from the Georgian. It was poorly executed and looked more of a ploy to get his opponent into ground. But there was enough effort and grunting going on to allow the referee to give him the benefit of the doubt. I wasn't so sure myself, but maybe I'm just being pretty harsh here. You put people on a pedestal and you just expect that the judo will flow, but when you come to a head-to-head match that both athletes are so even Stevens, then it's not you're not going to see the dynamics that you would have pictured from an Olympic champion. It is really about the grips here, the Kumikata, the Ouchigari, and there you have it. He did it in the first match, he's done it in the second match. He just loves to win on a golden score in the opening seconds. He just really is quick off the mark when it comes to just focusing on a golden score after a grueling 4 minutes. So, yeah, a great finish. And you just think, why didn't he do that in the first opening 15 seconds of the contest? Maybe he's just building us all up to that excitement at the end. And there's some of the highlights. That Ouchigari, it was exactly the same technique that we saw in the first match. And his opponent from Brazil just looked absolutely stunned. Now, Estrada we have here, representing Cuba, and he's up against Israel's athlete Elbaz, who had a fantastic first round match. Well, both these athletes fought extremely well, but Elbaz, for me, was very special in the first round. Nice judo, and definitely one to watch for the future. Still reasonably fresh on the world tour. A debut last year in Tel Aviv, and he was nice Ouchigari from Estrada, scoring him a Wazari, so that puts him on the scoreboard and puts the pressure on the Israeli. Now Elbaz has got his work cut up. He's fiery, he's determined, and he's actually got some skills there that he'll come back. I'm quite sure of it, if Estrada gives him any opportunity. And that's the big if. As we know, the Cubans are very, very strong. They're good tactically as much as technically, and he's had to work hard for that Wazari. He'll not be wanting to give it away too quickly.
The number 3, next one, that's the second round for women under 57 kilo. In white judogi for Canada, the world champion, Krista
Estrada comes in with the Cianagi. A very poor attempt there. It was quite slow. Elbaz trying to wrap over the arm. Again, another Estrada putting in another Cianagi drop, which wasn't even close to the mark. So I think the referee he saw it the first time, gave the benefit of the doubt. The second time, he's going to hammer him for it. And there you have, he's got a Shido. So he's got to be careful in putting those in. The Ouchigari once more, very strong. We saw the score coming from the Ouchigari, digs in deep. Oh, Ippon! Well, I thought he landed flat on his back there, but we'll just see it wasn't most probably as clear. Maybe a shoulder to back rather than directly two shoulders pinned to the tatami simultaneously. And there you have it, the Osakomi, and Elbaz takes the win, and I thought he'd come back. Estrada, well, he gave away a couple of opportunities, and a big one there. Those half-hearted attacks, we saw it with the Cianagi when he dropped in, he was well off the mark. And then he came in with an Ouchigari that, although looked strong with the entry with the legs, the arms were not in the correct position, and they weren't powering down on his opponent, then allowing some freedom for Elbaz to counter him. And that's exactly what he did. And that transition, beautifully done for Elbaz to take him the win and a place in the third round. What a turnaround.
The number 1, next one, that's the second round for men under 73 kilo. In white judogi.
Well, there he has some of the highlights, but that's where he lost the... He came in with the Ouchigari. Rather than driving, he dropped to his knees, which meant there was a looseness in the power that was generated, which then gave the opportunity for the Israeli. So now we have Jakova from Kosovo in the white, and he's up against the Italian now this time, Esposito in the blue. Now, both these athletes had excellent first-round matches, both looking on form. Didn't have it all their own way, but you wouldn't expect that in a World Championships, really. Everyone's here as a contender. You have to give credit to these athletes of all the preparation and all the hurdles they've had to jump to get to this point. And in some cases, there's some valuable Olympic qualification points still up for grabs. So it makes athletes compete out of their skin for a medal here today. And we've seen it in the past couple of days. It's been excellent judo and some youngsters that are coming through that have been superb. So 3 minutes now left in this contest. Esposito looking to be taking a bit of punishment down in the Newaza. And Jakova trying to dig in there, looking to create an opening for himself. But although there wasn't an opening, he made it uncomfortable for him down there anyway. You can hear that thud as Jakova throws that right arm over the top there. What a thud. Like I said, you can hear him every time he grips up. In the last match, exactly the same. And mat number 1 is right at the other end of the arena. It's that far away, I can't see it, but I can definitely hear him. Esposito looking for that sleeve grip. He's keeping it. It looks, comes and tries to throw an attack in just off the sleeve. A little bit suspect there, and maybe under a bit of pressure to throw that one in. I'm not sure, but he gets away with it. Referee giving him the benefit of the doubt, but I think if he does it again, he'll be hammered. Jakova, as you can see, trying to throw that arm over the top. He's desperate to try and connect. High collar. Comes under. There's 2 ways he goes. Over the top, drawing the head down, or he does that Seoinage underneath. And there you have, there's the Seoinage. Esposito obviously knows the routine and was able to anticipate the moves with that feel. Good sense of awareness from the Italian, but while he's been in touch with the sort of vibe and feel of what the next move is from Jakova, he's being passive. He's not engaging, which is dangerous. He's got to as much know what's coming next from Jakova as what he's going to do next is the most important thing. Esposito around the back. And Ashiwaza, but gosh, that was a bit of a boot. And Esposito ducked under the arm. And I think he was like saying, what, me? Yes, it was you. We all saw it. Hundreds saw it. And he picks up a second Shido for it. So, talk about pile the pressure on yourself. And the Italian is just doing that. So unless he's got something that he's bagged and he's waiting to bring out just at the last moment, he's in a bit of trouble. Strong grips from Jakova. Esposito trying to get past the defensive grip that he has on the lapel that's trapping the head from coming forward. But again, Esposito comes in for an attack, and it's a bit short coming. Looks a bit of a drop. I don't know, the ref there, he's letting him off with that one. Well, we're in golden score, 29 seconds going. There's 2 Shidos on the board. Jakova has played the dominance in this contest, but both now have received the second Shido. So again, either one of them make a mistake, and this is their debut all over and done with in the World Championships. Well, Jakova stepped right out of the contest area. Will he get... Oh my goodness me. Jakova, what have you done, son? That's all I can say. You've got all that mat area and you walked out. There's no excuse for that. Whether the care system will let him off, I don't know. No, it was a blatant walk. Yes, you've got every reason to be angry, but with no one else but yourself. Gosh, so Esposito he's got 9 lives like a cat, and that's another one taken up, and he moves swiftly through into the 3rd round. There was a couple of moments, but truly and honestly, I felt that Jakova was all over him. He was the dominant member of this match, but totally oblivious of how much mat area he had, and he just gave it to him on a plate. Well, like I said, he's only got one person to blame. Jesmenek of the Czech Republic now in the white. Heydorov is in the blue for Azerbaijan. Well, a head-to-head stance here. Jesmenek draws the right arm over the collar. Heydorov, as you can see, with that left hand just under the armpit, as much as it's controlling, can be a useful grip when it comes to reacting off someone's initiating a first attack, especially with a counter. It was a little bit flat in the first match. Heydorov made hard work of the first round. Attempt of a Sutemi Waza here. Well, a halfway mark now for Shido. Handed out to Jesmenek. Shkuruma, beautifully done. What an entry. Followed right through into the knee waza. And no arguments there. Ippon, Heydorov goes through to the next round. What control? Well, that's the danger. You allow Hedorov with that arm to go right deep over on your back, and there's very little you can do to rescue it. So he'll be delighted to get that one out of the way as he swiftly moves through to the next round, getting closer and closer to that podium.
The W1, next contest, second round for men under 73 kilo. In white jewelry, representing Turkey, Hilal Çilolu. In blue jewelry, representing Republic of Moldova, Petru Pelivan.
Well, now the next match coming up is between Cioglu of Turkey in the white and Pelivan of the Republic of Moldova in the blue. Cioglu, again, he really had a battle and a half in the first round of this competition. Definitely opened up the lungs and made him work for his second place. Second match in this competition. But he's raring to go. He's firing on all cylinders on this match, definitely. The Moldovan, very strong and very tall athlete, very similar to in shape and structure of his first match. So hopefully just doesn't have a problem with his opponents being too tall. Pelivan, that grip round the back, causing Cioglu a few problems there. Needs to avoid getting that close contact with him. A little bit more of an open aspect of keeping his opponent in front of him rather than to the side, because that long reach makes things very tricky for Cioglu. As you can see, he comes round the back, but they both seem to opt for the same style of throwing and gripping. Oh gosh, that was a nice turn. But it was in the mate, so it looked more spectacular because of his opponent relaxing as he went over. Pelivan defeated Karapetian, which was a great win for him, the Armenian. Not one that we really expected. Two Shidos though for Pelivan. Cioglu just pipping him to the post each time. Very busy out there, not allowing Pelivan to even settle for one moment in this contest. And nor you would someone who's so tall and rangy with his techniques. Oh, well, he stumbled him to the ground with those long legs. But can he follow through in the knee waza? Well, he allowed him a second life to come back up. No score yet, but two Shidos making it very uncomfortable for the Moldovan right now. Any mistake would cost him this match. So he has to really stay fully engaged and really look for the big one now. Needs the score. But each time, Cioglu just getting in first and staying very busy. High collar grip there from Cioglu. Draws his opponent down again. Oh, yes, well, Pehlevan was so close to scoring, and this is where Cioglu's got to be careful. He played a very dangerous game there. He was so high and bouncing on one leg, and he stayed in far too long, considering that there was very little impact in the technique that he was producing at that time. So really has to be careful there. Pehlevan had that chance, well, again, it was a counter, so he has to be first. He has to put a couple of strong attacks in, initiate the first move. And he comes in, but there Cioglu gets a bit of the lift on the hips, draws him down into the knee waza, looks for the shimmy waza there. He's digging in deep. If anything's coming from there, is more of a punishment than anything else. "20 seconds remain." Oh, yes! What a counter there. Brilliant finish there for Cioglu. Right, 15 seconds remaining. Pehlevan didn't know what hit him. Right round the back and planted his opponent square on. Cioglu, what a finish. It did take his time, but he did dominate throughout the contest. He was in the driving seat at all stages, and really from the outset made it so difficult for Pehlevan to play his part in this round. Very light on a high collar, and then he just let go, and that was the big mistake from the Moldovan. You've got some sort of lifeline if you've got a grip, but as soon as you can see the hand went off, there was nothing that he could brace off of to stop that one from coming. Even with a grip, I think that would have been quite difficult.
Representing Kazakhstan, Ansarbek Gayguli. In blue judogi, representing Bulgaria, Mark Hristov.
Genolin of Kazakhstan now in the white. Hristov of Bulgaria in the blue. Still on the second round, and we're down in Pool B. So the winner of this will meet Cioglu in the next round. Hristov well, Hristov looking very strong and quite calm out there, really. Is Kazakhstan slightly uncomfortable. Exchange of grips. Guenalan again finding himself trying to back out of the Newaza. The Bulgarian really wants him down there, obviously quite comfortable to work in the Newaza. But the Kazakhstan is having none of it at this particular moment.
Category 3, next contest, third round for women under 57 kilograms. In white jewelry representing Canada, Jessica Linke. In blue jewelry representing Cuba, Arnes Odelin Garcia.
Well, we're halfway mark, and neither one of them have created any advantage over each other. First Shido each, still cruising in first gear at the moment, and need an injection of life right now if they're going to have any chance of going through. And that's for both, really, because both playing a very similar tactical game, but very little to divide him away from his opponent. Steps across there, the Kazakhstan, but then finds himself on the receiving end of the turnover. Now, the Bulgarian, for me, looks to be pretty nifty in the Newaza, and I think this is where we might see some magic if there's an opportunity for the Bulgarian. Well, we need something that's, well, there you have it. The Bulgarian with that nifty little turn at the end, the latter stage of that entry, puts him in the lead with a Wazari. Now this changes the dynamics of this contest completely. Now you've got one in the driver's seat and someone there navigating his way through what seems to be quite an uphill battle. Sumikeshi attempt there from the Bulgarian, who draws him down into the ground. You see that he just wants him there. There's no doubt about it. He's got something up his sleeve there as far as the Newaza is concerned. The Kazakhstan's having none of it in the Newaza. Steps across what seemed to be a tired Toshi, but straight away the Bulgarian draws him back down into the Newaza, and the Kazakhstan can't get up quick enough. This is where it can be dangerous. As you're trying to escape, you get caught on the escape. Well, there you have it. The Bulgarian takes the win and a firm place in the third round. Tusenocha of Mongolia in the white now, with Hungarian's hero, Ungavary. Well, this is going to be a major challenge now for Ungavary, and definitely needs this crowd behind him against the Mongolian, who's had a solid performance throughout. It's looking strong today, the Mongolian, and on form and on target for a medal here at the World Championships. This is going to be the hurdle he's got to get over, and really only because this crowd is so empowering to any of the Hungarian athletes. More so, Ungavary just loves this stage, and he's had so much success on home soil. Ungavary just to look for the high collar grip over the back there, slips his way through, sneakily comes round the side of Tusenocha. Taitoshi from Ungavary. Well, 1 minute 40 seconds remaining, just a Shido apiece. Nothing divides them at this moment. Ungavary upped his game against this tough opponent. And as well as upping his game, he's got this crowd behind him. Tusenocha playing a bit of a chasing game against Ungavary, desperately to get two hands on his opponent, so looking slightly frustrated.
Break 10 minutes. So 10 minutes break, tatami 2.
Well, he still really hasn't secured the grip that he desires. Tusenocha picks up the second Shido like both now. Comes in with a beautiful Morote Seoinage there, though, and follows it through, looking for the Niwaza. Tusenocha. A little bit of life was injected in there. Bit of excitement from him. Ungavary piling the pressure on. Well, the mature athlete knows how tactically how to work, but although an aggressive kumikata, I think looking that there was a stumbling, but I think that was just because of the erratic move. It wasn't a false attack, but a sigh of relief from Ungavary, though, I think. He digs in deep. He's got to get two hands and two strong, firm grips as he stretches across. He's looking for the Kochi. And there, he tries to braw his head in, but there was an opportunity for Ungavary in the Niwaza. And now we go into golden score. So this is an opportunity to compose themselves, take a deep breath, fix the kit, and get on with the job. So it really, who's going to up their game in the golden score? Both got a Shido, two Shidos each. One more would result in a Hansokumaki. Neither one of them makes a mistake. then it will cost them a place in the 4th round. Ungavare is backing off. It doesn't look so good. Tsenocha looking the dominant at this minute. Couple of attacks, and again Ungavare has to put something in. He needs to throw one in now, otherwise it'll be a mate. And straight away, I think they've got to be careful here. I think there could be a penalty. I think it could be the 3rd penalty. I don't know if they're going to give them the benefit, but for me, yes, they're going to let that one ride. Well, Ungavare, he's got a chance. He's got to put it in. If the next attack comes from the Mongolia, then Ungavare is out. He stretches across for the coach, one hand on. Tsenocha turns through with the Niwaza. Nice little spin, but nothing to show for it. Oh, yes. Well, there it is again, the Kochigak. Ungavare defeats Tsenocha. He says he was in Niwaze. He got back up onto his feet. That was an ippon. And the Mongolian seems dismissed. Totally bewildered by what's just happened, but Ungavare steals the show and the limelight on this match and goes through to the 4th round. Goodness me, would you have known it? Both come up. He was off his knees, he got off his knees and then hooked in with the Ouchigari. It was a score, there's that point. He went up and then he went down. It wasn't from Niwaza that he attacked. The flexibility, the agility of him managing that technique. Shadastishvili there from Georgia now, with a Wazari up in the 3rd round. He's up against Israel's Elbaz, who's had an absolute blinder of a competition so far. Some beautiful skills from this young man. Shavdashishvili, or the more mature of the athletes, a lot of experience. But experience, and he's just got a sheet of a leg grabbing. Yay. Well, gotta be careful. Elbaz. Well, that Shido's boosted his confidence a little bit. Such maturity in Elbaz's judo. Physically, mentally, he really does know how to upset some of these top seeds. He's gave them a really good run for their money. And again, the Georgian is getting a taste of the talent that this man is displaying. Oh, and there's the Ouchigari. We've seen that a couple of times, but normally it's in the golden score. So the Georgian does like to have, but then that was probably as we missed the first seconds, that was the opening attack, the Ouchigari. And we normally see it as the opening attack in the golden score that he's got the big one. Well, there's an ouch moment. Oh, well, I feel his pain. Stubbed his toe. Elbaz trying to throw that arm over the top, get connection with the Georgian. The Georgian trying to reach over the top here. the Uchimata into a Makikomi roll. Elbaz staying very focused on his man. He's not taking his eyes off for a split second. He knows if he does, it could be all over and done with. So, Shavdashvili coming in with that Sianagi there, setting it up nicely. And again, but oh, this is where the counter comes in. We've seen Elbaz do that quite a few times. It's a winning attack for him. He blocks the Sianagi and then takes him over the back to score either Wazari upon. And he's done that in the previous contest. So that's a danger for the Georgian. And I'm sure he's fully aware of the strengths of Elbaz. He will have had opportunity to see him perform in the previous matches and previous competitions. So although this is an athlete that's really trying to make his mark on the World Tour and the World Championships, there's been quite a few athletes that's fallen the first hurdle for not knowing him. So he's becoming a bit of a name here. Sianagi, nicely done. A complete change of direction. Elbaz does well to rescue himself off that, but picks up his second Shido, because while the Georgian is attacking, Elbaz is defending. And one more Shido for Elbaz, and this could be his World Championships experience over. The Georgian he looks for the sleeve and then throws that right arm over the top, or it comes round the back. So that's the danger, is that right hand. He's now got on the lapel, sneakily takes it over, pushes through and comes round the back for the Kosota, the Koichi, and then the Sianagi, a sort of a flurry of attacks of various directions, but looking busy all the time. Elbaz couldn't do much but defend on that. He was under threat, and there wasn't even a block. It was just he couldn't get in there. Nice strong gripping style from the Georgian. And really this is, he could play a tactical ploy here, but he's got a Wazari. He got that in the opening seconds of this contest. Elbaz is thinking, what do I have to do now? The armor has come off. The flaws of this young athlete has started to be exposed, and now he finds himself on the receiving end of a shimiwaza and this tap in, and my goodness me, that was a bit of a delay for the referee calling Ippon on that one, but no fault of the Georgians. What can he do if he doesn't hear Ippon? He just keeps it on. But there you can see there must have been about 10 tap-ups there. So Shavdashvili takes the win, and he goes through to the fourth round. So quarter-final place for the Georgian. And he'll be up against Ungavari.
Tatami 1, next contest, third round for man number 73 kilograms. In white for Italy, Giovanni Esposito. In blue for Azerbaijan, Hidayat Beydarov.
Well, now we have the third round and a place in the quarterfinal up for grabs, and that's Esposito in the white, representing Italy, and up against him is the Azerbaijan in the blue, Heydorov. Well, we saw Esposito defeating Jakova, which was a really good win for him, because Jakova was a favourite to be on that podium here today, and it all went horribly wrong. It went down to 2 Shidos apiece, and then the last one was that Jakova decided he was going to walk out of the mat, and he'll be still kicking himself with that one, because he did dominate the whole contest right up till that point, and just gave an early birthday present and Christmas present wrapped up in one for the Italian, who now finds himself up against another strong opponent, Heydorov from Azerbaijan. Got to give it for this Italian, his perseverance and to stay fully engaged in the contest. Very well strong, conditioned. Just needs to be a little bit more fine-tuned with some of his technical presence. And here, just looking, Heydorov goes down, a couple of little attacks, finds himself, needs to sort of, a little bit scrappy at the moment, I'm trying to say, I think, here. Italian coming round the back. He favours that very strong grip. It's nicely controlled, but it'd be nice to see him follow up with something. And at the moment, Heydorov is pipping him to the post each time. He comes round the back. He does all that work, the Italian, and then Heydorov just finishes it off with an attempt of a Sutemi was, but really it's an attempt to get out of what seemed to be a sort of uncomfortable position. No real threat from either one of them have been able to throw right now, but it's about sizing each other up and really see who makes the mistake first. So 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest, and there you have Heydorov with the Sianagi, and that's got to be a score. It was a continuation there. Yes, so Wazari on the board. Now this changes the dynamics of this contest quite considerably. Now you've got one leading in a good position, but we're still 1.5 minutes. Can't really just sit back on that win of that scorer Wazari. He has to still stay fully engaged, because those Shidos come so quickly, before you know it, you're in trouble. So Esposito has got it all to do now. Whether he has enough ammunition to come back is the question I think a lot of us are asking ourselves.
In white for Canada, the world champion, Krista Demucci. In blue for Serbia, Marica Perisic.
Well, some very keen judo spectators there with their box of popcorn. Yum, yum, that's all I can say. But here we are, back in action now. Esposito, all to do with just 1 minute now remaining. Can he come back? Does he have enough in the tank to make a difference here? Heydorov, an experienced athlete, but picks up his second Shido. And like I said earlier on, you cannot sit back on a score. These Shidos come so quickly, but there's one being taken off now, so it relaxes it slightly, but not a lot if you make 2 more mistakes. Esposito chasing now. And sometimes this is where opportunities come alive for the opponent because they have to be much more open, engaging, and that's where the chances are made. Heydorov moves around to avoid being off the mat, but I think he actually walked off the contest area. So he gets a Shido for that. So Esposito is good at driving onto his opponent. He's got 8 seconds to go. Heydorov really cannot have put any false attacks in and cannot go off the edge of the mat like the previous opponent against Esposito. Well, he manages to survive and no more. But Esposito, I think your luck run out there, son. He was calling for a penalty. And no, I think you had your last birthday present already in the previous match. You can't be too greedy. So Heydorov goes through to the next round, where he will be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly. Nice Cianagi that we saw there in deep, bumped him up, kept the drive going until the end, until he knew he'd secured that score. Nice bit of judo.
In white for Turkey, Bilal Çiloğlu. In blue for Bulgaria, Mark Hristov.
Hryskov in the blue and Cioglu in white. This is the third round and a place in the quarter-final. So the winner of this will meet Heydorov from Azerbaijan. Hristov, strong performance throughout the day. Defeated the Korean. An in the first round. Then he had Genulun from Kazakhstan, and that was a really interesting match. Cioglu really only got tested, I think, on the second match, and that was against Pelevan of the Republic of Moldova. Hristov now with one Shido on the board into the second minute now. Well, it looked like it was an attempt from Cioglu for a Sutemi Waza, but false attack in the eyes of the referee, and I totally agree with her there on that one. It was one of these, he thought about it and he was going to change his mind, but he was already going down. Kochi, nice and deep. Cioglu coming over the top. Well, he favours the high collar grip. He punishes his opponent by drawing the head down and uses the feet to break him down in even further to the Niwaza position. But surprisingly enough, doesn't normally engage in Newaza. Ristov trying to come back, but he's struggling against Cioglu this time. Some of us think that, like with the Bulgarian, he just needs to be a little bit more gutsy and just go for it. He's not getting his own way at the moment, but I think if he stepped it up a level and changed the pace, at the moment he's allowing Cioglu to really dictate the pace of this contest, and he's comfortable. He's in his comfort zone, and this suits him. The Bulgarian really needs to now rough him up a little bit, open this up, create an opportunity, and we might see a chance for the Bulgarian. But at this moment, if he allows Cioglu to dictate, this isn't going to get any better for the Bulgarian. And there you have another drop, and I think this is going to be the final nail that's going to put the Bulgarian out. And there you have it. The third Shido for the Bulgarian. Cioglu takes the win and goes through to the quarterfinal stage of this under 73 kilo World Championships. He'll be up against Hedorov a little bit later on, and that'll be an interesting match indeed, where both men will really meet their major match for a place in the semi-final.
Break for disinfection. So now we get break of tatami 1 for disinfection. Tatami 3, quarterfinal for women under 57 kilo.
Well, that was the last of match on mat number 1. I hope you've enjoyed following these very exciting matches for the men's under 73s. It will have a short break, and then we will continue on mat number 2 and mat number 3, where my colleagues Neil Adams and Dennis van der Gies will be covering those matches. So from me, I'll speak to you a little bit later on, but goodbye for now.
score.
crushes, semis, everything.
My voice is going. I've just been wow like that today.
Well, 4 minutes into golden score already, so there are 8 minutes fighting to get this one spot in the semi-final. Who will be the one facing the reigning world champion? Will it be Tomoki from Japan or Monteiro from Portugal? Again, a good shoulder throw from Monteiro. They both attack, so it's not that one of those two persons is doing a lot more than the other one. Get back to her position.
I'm just saying I got sick of watching Hashimoto throw for a putt.
Well, onto the mat now, coming the home favourite, Ungvari Miklos of Hungary. He faces 2012 Olympic champion from the under 66 kilo category, Lasha Shadatuashvili of Georgia. Straight into a bit of action on the ground. Well, not really. They threatened some action for a while. Amazing performance from Ungvari. I think a lot of people just expected him to wave goodbye and retire, but he had other ideas and knocked out the number 2 seed, Sendocher Sogbata of Mongolia, who picks up a penalty here. Shadatuashvili, for his part, well, maybe a few people didn't expect him to get this far. Reasonable little draw, though, to be honest. And now he's got to go up against the experienced pairing of Ungvari and Shadatuashvili. Sorry, got momentarily distracted there. Nice right-sided stance from the Hungarian. Same side for Saadatuashvili as he backs him up into that corner and tries the little low left-sided Seoinage. Didn't come off. Good to face up one way and attack the other. Mind you, you'd expect that from from fighters of this quality. A second penalty, unfortunately, for Ungvari with so much time left on the clock. Really can't see this going the distance then. Yeah, he's gone. He's felt that on the leg. He just bailed out of that action there. I'd be okay with just saying, all right, your injury, that's why you went to the ground. There'll be no penalty there. Although the Georgian coach has a completely different take on that. He would have liked to have seen an ippon for that. Lasha Gujigiani maybe a little bit over-ambitious there. Chance for an Ojigari on Uchimata, maybe with the arm round the back. Yep, you can see how deep Ungvari is prepared to dig here. That's got him riled up, hasn't it? Yep. If I'm going to go down fighting. And that slowed Saadatuashvili down a bit. Nice big attack from the Georgian. Not able to come up with a pickup. Yeah, it's getting a bit rough, isn't it? Not suggesting that judo isn't always rough, but it's particularly tough, this one. Little over a minute left to go. Strong right-sided grip from Saadatuashvili. He's got to do something with that. He just can't keep it down there. You take what's called that pistol grip and you're supposed to come up with something. Lucky not to get called for a gripping infringement. He had that for a while, just pushed it down, didn't do anything with it. And then when the foot sweep came, that broke it up. Not the strongest of Sutemiwazas, and Ungvari's on top. Oh, chance for the Tatisho Gatami went begging there. Just that little bit too high up. And now Saadatuashvili beginning to tire here. Ungvari Miklos like a hunter, beginning to sense a chance to pull something absolutely spectacular off here. Already in the quarterfinal, a win here could put him in the semi-final. That would be absolutely amazing. Uchimata not in the good position. Right arm was trapped. Left-sided Tayatoshi didn't have the hands on. 20-odd seconds left to go. 2 penalties against Ungvari. He's been absolutely solid since picking up that second penalty. Great job by the Hungarian. Little bit of blocking there and now bent over. He's got to get his head up here. Got to come up with an attack as well. 8 seconds left. This will probably go into golden score now. Very little chance left for a score. And that will give him just a few seconds to tidy up. Get himself sorted. A little bit of support coming from, well, as much support as possible from the reduced crowd that they've been able to allow in here, but they're all backing Ungvari. Now a chance to refocus, get ready for the golden score period. Saadatuashvili again not getting his hands on and giving Ungvari a chance. Got all the helpers, all the volunteers massed at one end of the stadium cheering Ungvari on. Here comes Saadatuashvili again. looking to finish this off. Subigaishi from Ungvari doesn't catch Sadatuashvili, but maybe takes another ounce or two of energy out of the Georgian. Blocking with the left arm and blocking under the belt as well. That didn't look too clever. And it looked as though he stepped off the competition era, to be honest. Wasn't really the biggest of attacks. He was coming under a lot of pressure from Sadatuashvili, and it looked as though, to me, as though he bailed. It's a shame if it goes that way. Ramzadin Saidov is the referee in the middle who's waiting for the instruction. No, go for it. They obviously want to see a fight. And they've got one in their hands there. Koji Gaki, he threw himself there. That was nothing wrong with that. Just didn't have the top half. It was nice entry with the feet anyway. Didn't have the top half. Here comes Sadatuashvili again. Ungvari hooking in with the right leg, but couldn't come up with a strong attack. But it kept Sadatuashvili away from him. Minute 20 odd already of golden score. Loretta Cusack-Doyle had to take a break, which meant that I got to sit in for this quarter-final. Unlucky Loretta missing out on this one. Oh, and almost had the Ashiwaza right arm around the waist. Unusual execution of that Ashiwaza. Maybe call it Kosodo. Yep, it's a little bit punchy, isn't it? The one hope really here for Ungvari is that Sadatuashvili is spent and there's not a great deal of energy left in the tank. Here comes the Hungarian again, right-sided Sutemiwaza, doesn't catch Sadatuashvili, and a chance to work on the ground. Going to hook in for the Sangaku. Good defense from Sadatuashvili. Yep, breathing heavy now. Ungvari has to sense this, just step it up. Sadatuashvili has remained penalty-free as well. Great job from the Georgian. Little Ashiwaza to try and unsettle Ungvari. Still pressing forward. Can't afford to give Sadatuashvili this kind of time to recover. Got to stay on him. Keep busy. Nowhere near the same kind of power as we saw earlier on. And this really is Ungvari's chance here. He's got a little bit more left in the tank. Sadatuashvili running on empty here. And it's Ungvari who has the chance. The danger is in opening up to try and catch the Georgian and then getting caught yourself with a counter. But he's got to give that a try. He's got 2 penalties. He doesn't want to go out with a third. Last roll of the dice here. Looked as though he went direct for the bear hug, so that wouldn't have counted. Strong gripping between this pair. Already over 3 minutes of golden score. Not the best position for any attack there from Ungvari, whether it was Uchimata or Makikomi. Both fighters wanting to take a bit of a breather. Sadatuashvili having a quick look at the clock. Ungvari hanging back, not leaping in there to take a grip, trying to draw as much breath as possible. And they get to grips now. Right arm round the back. Not the strongest of attacks from Sadatuashvili, but Ungvari falls flat on his front, so no chance of a score. Koji Gaki, the best attack yet from Ungvari. Came close, but didn't have the top half. Goes back to the feet. Hasn't been able to penetrate on the ground either. Good defense from Sadatuashvili. And Sadatuashvili now thinking about the counters, because the direct attacks haven't worked. Absolutely flat out now. There's the Kouchigaki again. Best attack of the contest again comes from Ungvari. And really, that was close. He just doesn't have the top half. It's the second time he's managed to get the leg close in, but he still can't get the hands on to finish off with the rest of the throw. Another feint for Kouchigaki, and then to the front. That would be a good plan for Ungvari. Shadatuashvili is ready for that attempt to the rear. Set him up and bring him to the front. Easy from where I'm sitting, I can tell you. Hell of a lot harder to even think about it, far less execute it with no energy left in the tank. Absolutely energy draining battle here between Ungvari and Shadatuashvili. Over 5 minutes of golden score. Yeah, again, lost with the hands. The power in the arms to grip, get the fingers going, must have gone a long time ago. Difficult to get the hands on, keep them on the gi and bring something off, because all the time both fighters are losing the grip. Chance on the ground again. Ungvari's going to give that one up. Doesn't have the energy, knows it. Runs the risk of taking it standing up. Fancies his chances. Well, a little bit of a punch to the right cheek. Hasn't slowed them down. There comes Ungvari again. He really has turned it on in this golden score period. Sumigaeshi missed out. Close, but not close enough. And Shadatuashvili, who would usually be able to come up with something as far as a counter is concerned, just didn't have it. Crowd up on their feet, jumping up and down, cheering. Coach being asked to settle. Gujigiani also being asked to just tone it down a bit. Over 6 minutes of golden score. Two penalties still on the board. He went into golden score with 2 penalties. Bit of a thump to the chin there from Shadatuashvili. It's untidy at times from both fighters, but nothing nasty. Ouchigari stepped off that. Chance on the ground again. Got to take it. Got to go for it. Turnover possible here. Missed with the Tatisho Gatami. It's not over yet. Here he comes. And again turned out by Shadatuashvili. Is he going to give it another try on the ground? And Shadatuashvili decides he's not interested. He wants to stand up. Ungvari has come the closest there. Really has. What a battle this is. Place in the semi-final of the World Championships at stake as we come up to 7 minutes of golden score. Laboured looking Sutemi-waza from Shadatuashvili as both fighters try to find the strength to get back up on their feet. And it now is 7 minutes of golden score. Gujigiani back up on his feet, trying to G up his man, Ouchigari from Shadatuashvili. And they want a penalty for Ungvari now for passivity. He doesn't want to give it, Ramzid Saidov. The crowd don't like it. Ungvari, as ever, respectfully shakes his head. What a battle. Not much you can do about that. Shadatuashvili takes it. But what has really been taken here is every ounce of energy from Nasser Davdatoashvili. How he's going to recover for the semi-final, I have no idea. What a battle that was. That was as close as anyone came, and apart from the Newaza action, I was privileged to sit in and watch that quarter-final. What a time for Loretta Cusack-Doyle to take a break. Epic battle, epic quarter-final in the World Championships. We'll have a short break before we come back with the semi-final. I think the fans need that as well.
Well, what a battle that first quarter-final was, and definitely one to remember. Well, now we have the second quarter-final of the bottom half of this draw, and it's Heydorov in Azerbaijan in the white and Cioglu representing Turkey in the blue. Well, I wonder if this will go on as an epic, like we've just seen. Well, it definitely kept everybody on the edge of their seat. And like I said before, what a crowd pleaser that this man is, Ungavary. And a well-deserving a position on the podium. Well, Heydorov there hunting down Newaza. He digs in deep, he's working off the belt. Needs to try and tidy up and control the head of his opponent, and didn't manage to do that. So a lot of effort and very little to show. Cioglu looking quite busy, but 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. And still a lot of work, a long way to go. Temiwaza from Cioglu. Cioglu looking for the Ouchigari-Uchimata combination there. Heydorov, very unorthodox gripping style. Heydorov looking for that Osotogari, quite high over the top, and there's a counter from Cioglu, taking his opponent back now, puts himself on the scoreboard with a Wazari. Heydorov with it all to do now. Well, I'm not quite sure what they're looking for right now, but nothing that will change the scoreboard anyway. Just under a minute remaining in this contest. One Wazari on the board for Shioglu, and Hedorov battles away, but beautiful technique there, and that's got to be, it's got to be a score, but possibly from the Niwaza. That's why they haven't taken that one on board. So Hedorov again rotating his opponent over, and that's most probably very similar to what they did before. It was from a Niwaza turnover, but he thought he got enough leverage, and so Shido goes to Shioglu. He touched below the belt. Hedorov comes up high. He's piled on the pressure now, Hedorov, and well, that is what you expect because he is trailing with the Wazari, so he's got a lot to do with very little time to do it in, and frustrated he is becoming. And that's always been the problem with Hedorov. He really does get very emotional, and sometimes his head overrules, his emotions overrule his thought process, and it all goes horribly wrong, as you can see. Well, although you feel for the athletes when they lose out on a chance in the semi-final, there's no doubt about it. There was a score on the mat, on their board, and that was Shioglu that took the full advantage of this place in the semi-final, and he'll be up against a little bit later on with Shadadishvili of Georgia, which will be a very interesting match if the Georgian can get his breath back after the marathon match that he had against Ungavari of Hungary.
Representing Turkey, Shioglu goes to the semi-final. Hido of Azerbaijan, Imre Shash. Ladies and gentlemen, now we can break about 15 minutes. So break about 15 minutes, and after the break, we'll continue.
They've asked for
Repechage and also
name of federation. I'm assuming that's IJF.
Yeah.
And then address and VAT number. Last show.
Yeah.
You and me going? Oh no, we're not going yet.
We've got 15
Go
minutes.
after these, eh?
Yeah, after this, because we've got 15 minutes and then it starts again.
Yeah, okay.
Second round for women under 57 kilograms. In one for Japan, Naoki Oko. In blue, for Germany, representing Belgium, Mina Mingere. Representing Belgium, Mina Mingere. He Tatami 3, the winner of the semi-final contest in white judogi, representing Georgia, Lasha Shavdatulashvili. London Olympic Games champion under 66 kilo and Rio Olympic bronze medalist goes to the final for the first time at the World Judo Championships. Representing Turkey, Bilal Çiloglu will compete for the bronze. Next, semi-final for women under 57 kilo.
A hármas számú szőnyegen az utolsó elődöntő következik női 57 kg-ban.
In white judogi for Canada, Jessica Klimkate. In blue judogi for Kosovo, Nora Jelkova. Tournament 3, the winner of the semi-final in white judogi representing Canada, Jessica Klimkate. Klimkate goes to the final. Jelkova of Kosovo will compete for the bronze. This was the last contest on tatami 3.
Golden score a kettes szőnyegen. és ezzel a döntőbe jut Japán képviseletében Tomoki Momo. Krista Deguchi a bronzéremért küzdhet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was the last contest in the preliminaries. We remind you the final of today starts at 5 p.m.
Hölgyeim és uraim, ezennel befejeződtek a selejtező mérkőzések a harmadik versenynapon. Az érmes mérkőzések 17 órakor kezdődnek. Várjuk Önöket vissza!
Contact. Tomoki was beaten her to the attack every single time, and she was just off the pace. So Deguchi doesn't go through. She'll have to come through and fight for third place here at this World Championships. And Canada have got to make a decision as to who is going to go to the Olympic Games. Massive decision. That's it from me for this, second part of the World Championships here on the third day. I'm going to be back at 5 o'clock for all of the medal matches. So join me and Loretta Cusack-Doyle, who's going to be in the chair. And I'll speak to you all a little bit later.
Right, welcome back to the Pap Laszlo Arena, the third day of competition. We've just had the preliminaries, we've got the final block to come up. We're going to do a roundup of all that we've seen in the last hour or so with former world champion Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Loretta, good afternoon, first of all.
Good afternoon, Sheldon.
And I think we're going to start with the men because there's so much to talk about with the women at the end with that last fight. So why don't we just go with the two that made it to the final, Lasha Chaudatashvili of Georgia and Tommy Macias of Sweden. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's going to be a very interesting match. I think obviously the Georgian is strong and he's got some pedigree behind him. He has coasted his way through to that final, and he's had
except with the one with Ungvari Miklos.
Ungvari. That was the crunch point, wasn't it? What a marathon of a contest for that man. It was amazing how they both were able to stand up after it. But part of your heart went out to Ungvari as well, because he always performs on home ground. He really does. He seems to have that crowd behind him that gives him the performance of his life. And I think what we've seen, although he's not even in for a medal, he lost in the repechage, but you've got to give him credit. What a performance here today it was for him.
What a way to go in front of your home crowd as well.
Gosh, yeah.
No shame there. He really did give his best.
He gave 100%, and he was just up against a better player on the day, but can't take it away from him.
Right, Tommy Macias.
Well, he's one of these that you watch him progress over the years. He has highs and then he has real lows in performance, and today has been one of those highs. But there is obviously one or two people that are not here, so if anyone wanted to win a world title and they were just on the outside looking in, this is a chance to take it, isn't it? And I think with Hashimoto out of the way,
and it was Tommy Macias who put him out of the way.
That's it. He's gone over the last hurdle, and I think that was his world title, I think. It's going to be close, but I think Macias, after that win, has got to feel that he's in with a chance of winning the title now.
Well, he's defeated the former world champion Hashimoto Soichi. He's defeated the world number one, the number one seed. You wrap it all up in there. For me, that was an absolutely incredible achievement.
It's definitely an achievement. There's no doubt about it. He's done all the hard work. He's done his homework. You can put. Now it's about delivering it.
Now he's got to finish.
Now he's got to finish. He's now got to get the marks for it, hasn't he? And I feel he's done a good job. So let's see what happens. A final changes everything, doesn't it?
Right, we've got 2 bronze medal contests to look at as well. The first of which will feature Hikmatilok Turayev of Uzbekistan. He'll be up against Bilal Chiloglu of Turkey. I'm not sure how much of them you got to see today.
I was following Chiloglu and I thought he was very, very strong today. I thought that he was really good.
Right, and then in that case, I didn't get to see a lot of Turayev, but the second of the bronze medal contests is Hidat Hidarov of Azerbaijan up against the aforementioned Hashimoto Soichi. How much do you think he's going to want to come back out for that bronze medal contest, and how much do you think Hidarov is going to want a piece of Hashimoto?
Well, Hidarov is a very emotional judo player, as we know, and yes, he will be wanting to come out and take a medal here at the World Championships. But Hashimoto is a class on his own. He definitely has the skills. He's the overall package with the tachiwaza and the niwaza, and he's had that depth of experience and knowledge to be able to, when in a low, to build himself back into a high. And we've seen that with the Japanese. They've had their struggles from one reason or another. There's been an emotional roller coaster with the selections being made in quite a few weight categories for the Olympic Games. And for me, I think Hashimoto still has the edge of taking this bronze medal against Hedorov. I think Hedorov has had, he's been strong, but he's had some blip moments. It's not always been rosy for him on this journey here for this bronze medal. And I think Hashimoto is a bit more of a class act today.
Okay, I just thought in the contest with Tommy Macias, when they because Tommy threw him and they gave a score, and then on review they took it away, and then Tommy came back and threw him again. You know, it wasn't as though he shaded him. All right, they did it in golden score, and he seemed to go off the mat. I mean, really shaken up, you know, confidence was taken out, the wind was out of his sails.
I think there was within that situation it repeated itself so quickly after the first call. And I think when someone actually gets caught like that, everything just deflates, isn't it? And it's like a balloon. It deflates, and then you're having to quickly pump it back up to see if he can rescue it. And I think everything just quickly just disappeared. That dream of having that world title under his belt, I don't think he was able to compensate it, just bring it all together again, and to build himself up within that split amount of time when Matthias came back at him again. And I think that's what the problem was. I don't think it was anything to do with being able to catch him and saying that he is that much better than him on the day. I just think he got quickly deflated, he'd lost, and he couldn't build himself back up quick enough.
Let's see if he can bounce back in that bronze medal contest. We're talking about Hashimoto Soichi against Hidayat Hidarov of Azerbaijan. That will be the second of the bronze medal contest. Well, we've already mentioned Hikmatilok Turayev and Bilal Chiloglu. We've gone through the final with Lasha Shaldatashvili and Tommy Macias. We'll come to the women in the under 57 kilo category, and we're going to we can't really save up the best bits, because if we talk about the bronze medal contest, we're going to come up and mention Deguchi, and when you mention Deguchi in the bronze medal contest, you'll know that she's not in the final. So maybe we'll just go first of all with who is in the final. Jessica Klimke of Canada will face Tamaoki Momo of Japan. That is going to be our final.
Yes, and I'm not quite sure which way this is going to go, because I think Tamaoki has been very good, and in that semi-final against Deguchi, she played a very class act there, and she she played to her strength. It wasn't the most spectacular fight as far as techniques sort of oozing out of the pair of them, but I just thought tactically she was hungry. She had much more in the tank than what Deguchi seemed to have. I felt that Deguchi in that semi-final was a little bit deflated. There's been a lot of pressure on this young lady. The question sometimes you just think, what does she need to do to get to these games? Now, a lot of people will be turning around and saying Klim Cates is in the final, but it's with the same person that's just defeated Deguchi. If she loses in the final, then you've got to question which one still does go. It's one of these. I don't understand the situation here, but I can see two players with very different strengths from the Canadian team. One is a battler, Klim Kate. She battles so hard. She's got good condition. She's got a good mindset. She's very strong-willed. And then you've got Deguchi, which is actually a much more technical and thought-out process within her judo. She's got a package of being able to throw a variety of different skills, and then also has a Niwaza, which is a great transition work. And I just felt I think it's been pressure here today for Deguchi. I don't think it's that she has lost the edge. I just think there's been a lot on her. She's had everything to lose, where Klim Kate has nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Okay, well, let's have a quick look then at what may have been in Jessica Klimke's mind as she came towards this contest. Who would she like to face in the final? You're 2-3 against Tamaoki Momo. You've beaten the Japanese twice. You're 0-6 against Deguchi. Who'd you pick?
Well, I think she's got the right pick there because, well, do you know, it's so difficult to watch them both perform. I don't know because...
But you do pick the one that you've beaten twice.
Yes, definitely.
And the one that you have never beaten.
Exactly.
And the one that if she beats you...
would say that.
And if the one that beats you, you're not going anywhere.
I just, to be honest, I think this has been for Deguchi. I don't think she's been the sharpest, but I don't think it's been down to the technical part of it. I think it's the pressure. The pressure has got to her a bit.
Right, when they arrived here, they both knew one thing. Whoever performed better was going to go to the games. It was a simple thing. Even if they didn't come up against each other, whoever performed better was going to go to the games. And right now, this is taken off the table. Bronze is not going to be as good as silver.
Unless they've both. If they get a silver and a bronze, who have they lost to? The same person.
And the other thing is, who's going to be number one at the end of the day on the world ranking list?
Yeah, that's right.
Jessica Klimke.
Klimke will be the number one, that's right. When it comes down to putting it all on the table and you've actually got the points in front of you and the medals in front of you as well, but then you've also got a silver medal and a gold medal. Champion and possibly a silver medal. But she could, we're really playing the player down. We really are doing a misjustice there, where I honestly, she could end up winning. Klimke could win it and we're not even having this conversation.
That's what I'm thinking, because only because of this. Klimke came in today in exactly the same position as Deguchi, knowing, look at the pressure. It's all down to me. They're not going to go away and do any other selection today. If I win, I go. So she had to win. And in the semi-final, she came up against Nora Zhakova. She's 0-3 against Zhakova. Never beaten her. Beat her in the semi-final.
There's no doubt about it. She's on form. But it's easy to be able to raise your game when you've got all to win and nothing to lose.
Maybe she'll have all to win in Tokyo.
There's a possibility, but there's a few people that are not here that will be challenging as well.
We shall see. That's who we've got in the final. Jessica Klimke and Tamaoki Momo. As I say, that Jessica Klimke is 2-3 against Tamaoki, which is a whole lot better than 0-6, which she would have been if she was facing Krista Deguchi. Right, the first of the bronze medal matches, Maritza Perisic of Serbia goes up against Nora Zhakova of Kosovo.
Well, I think Zhakova, I really do.
Going to bounce back.
She's going to bounce back. She wants this medal. They have that ability. They have that inner strength to be able to, when they've had a low point, to be able to come back fighting hard. So Zhakova, for me, will take that bronze medal.
We're going to see Krista Deguchi bouncing back in the bronze medal against Theresa Stoll of Germany?
Do you know what? I think, yeah, I think Taguchi will, if she can pick herself up. I think today's performance has been down to the mindset of the athlete, and it all depends in her mindset when she goes into this
Got to her.
competition. Has it got to her, or is she going to try and prove a point, saying that it's not over and out yet in her mind? I don't know. It's difficult. There has been some sparkle missing in that young lady here today. And I just
Felt that in the semi-final with
Yes.
Tamoki. She just seemed that little bit overcautious.
Yeah, definitely. The sparkle is not there. The judo, the capability is, the determination is, the condition is there. But I think the pressure has most probably got to that young lady. But a lot of people will turn around and say, well, you can't get any more pressure than going to the Olympic Games and trying to win a medal. But difficult. It's a difficult one to say, but for me, that seems to be the little edge, the little sparkle in the eyes to just say, right, I've got this in the bag and I'm in a happy place. I just don't see that today. And I think if this is the case, how harsh it seems that because she's not in that final, she's losing out on going to the games. It's going to be so hard to pick yourself up. So we'll have to just wait and see.
Right, one little bit of trivia to end on, and that is that on day one, on day one, we had Distra Krasnicki missing out on a medal, 5th place finish. She was the number 1 seed. And on day 3, we were looking at the number 3 seeds. Well, the number 3 seed in the under 73 kilo category was Akhil Zhakova. And he went out. The number 3 seed in the under 57 kilo category is Nora Zhakova. She's up for a bronze medal, so she could break this. If she comes away with a medal, then it will put this jinx out the way. But if she loses
Hopefully they'll be listening to you and thinking,
I don't know. Let's hope they're preparing. Right, that's all we've got for you with this roundup. We'll be back at 5 o'clock with all the medal matches. But from Loretta Kusat-Doyle and myself, it's bye-bye for now.